All right, good morning. Another round of applause for Aisha DeVos for that beautiful, beautiful saxophone solo. That's the way to get a conference started, right? All right, good morning again, everybody. My name is Ashley Crockett, and I serve as the Housing Director for the Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation. And I will be emceeing the first half of this program today. So I just want to give you an overview of who we are, just in case you guys are new to us. The Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, in collaboration with the Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation, was established in 1980 with a mission to improve the quality of life for rural communities through land retention, family farm development, and land-based economic development for limited resource and socially disadvantaged people. We also worked with programs focusing on rural, low-income families and limited resource farmers who have not traditionally been involved in community development programs. Our organization provides training, community education programs, program management, and housing. Today, you all will have the opportunity to participate in our farm program and rural development, air property estate planning, and business development workshops uniquely designed by our president and staff to provide information about resources available to the public through federal and state funding. We will also honor those who have contributed to our organizations over the years, in addition to the fallen greats who gave countless hours to the establishment and growth that has led us to where we are today. So sit back, relax, put your thinking hats on, and be prepared to receive information that can change the outlook of your family and communities. Again, thank you for joining us this morning for our 45th annual Fall Conference. All right, up next, we'll have a welcome from Yvette Browning, who's our board secretary.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, as mentioned, I am Yvette Browning. I'm the outreach coordinator for the Arkansas Department of Agriculture, as well as the board secretary for Arkansas Land and Farm and Arkansas Community Development Corporation. So I would like to welcome everyone to our 45th conference. And the theme of the conference is Cultivating Pathways to Prosperity. And as mentioned also, 45 years, this is the 45th conference. So 45 years of being a pillar in the community. Is this anyone's first time here at this meeting? All right, well, let's welcome those. We welcome you. So again, I'd like to thank everyone for spending your day with us. To get the most out of the conference, we encourage you to ask questions, to listen intently, take notes, and speak up if there's something you don't understand or would like more information on. So on behalf of the board, again, we welcome you to our 45th conference.
Okay, next we'll have our opening prayer done by Mr. Elmer Beard, who's a former board member.
May we pray. Our God and our Father, we'll thank you again for the opportunity to come at this time of the year for our annual conference. 45 years, Lord. As we look back over the decades, we thank you for the progress that we've made in this part of the state. All the good that we've done for so many people. While arriving this morning, we thank you for the safety. Although we are going through a time we call a shutdown, but you have never shut us out, so we thank you. We thank you for our leadership here, for those who've been around a long time and those who are just becoming involved in the activity that takes place here. So today, as we have our first workshop, even with the limited number of members, we ask that you direct us in such a way that what we learn, we'll be able to take back to our various communities and be able to progress. Now, Lord, in this community where difficulties always been, We've always learned to keep going. We thank you for our history. We thank you for our hope that we have for the future. And in the future, we pray that we all be reminded, depending on you and your name, the praise and the glory that it deserves. We ask all this in the name of your son, Jesus, born in Bethlehem, and Judea to a virgin mother, a black child. In his name only, we do pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. And up next, we'll have our own Mr. Jamie Williams with the introduction. I'm sorry, let me back up. I'm so sorry. Dr. King, how can I overlook you? Up next, we'll have our membership call done by our president, Dr. Calvin King Sr. Give him a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Crockett. To our board members, those present, all of those who are part of this particular program agenda, I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation, particularly to the Conference Planning Committee and to our conference coordinator for placing me on the agenda for this particular task, which is normally not my task. This is normally a task that is carried out, by our board chair, who has other responsibilities from the agenda, as you will see in your program. But let me say this: as far as the organization itself is concerned, and I was having some conversation with Ms. Brown and others, and say, well, here's what I'm going to say as it relates to membership call. And because I was reflecting back on my childhood and coming up, and just wanted to see if I could find some words to put things into perspective as it relates to membership. And I found these words. One is as the world turned. And as the world has turned throughout the years, and particularly as it relates to Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation, the world has turned and things have evolved over the years, both as it relates to the organization and particularly as it relates to the membership within the context of the organization. And as the world was turning, a part of that was the growth in our membership that put us in a certain place. And those who wanted to be a part of something and create something that will be meaningful and beneficial to others as an organization. So as the world has turned and that membership has been the supporting base, both from the past up to the point in present. And if we as we have gotten to this point, both as an organization and you as existing members, but those of you who also, if this is your first time, then my words will be is search for tomorrow. So in looking at searching for tomorrow and wanting to be a part of something that is meaningful and that has a history, 4.5 decades of making a contribution to the community, making a contribution to people's lives as it relates to sustainability and in relation to prosperity and building prosperity, then if you are searching for that type of an opportunity to be a part of an organization that has stood for such and that is still standing, then now is your opportunity to become a part as a member of Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, Community Development Corporation. Now, I say that from a searching perspective, in search for tomorrow, in search for a continuation as well, and being a part of. So those who have not used their membership, we ask that you do so. Because we are at a time now in society that it is more important than ever that we be a part of something that is more than just us as individuals, but that we are part of something that brings people together as an organization that has both focus and understanding what the needs are, and understanding also what cultivating means when you're talking about cultivating and building something that will continue to contribute and continue to build in the future. And that brings us to this point now. We're dealing with changing times. Technology is on the rise, and it will continue to be. If you look back over the years, even when Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation first started, mechanization of dealing with farming operation is totally different from what it was in 1980. Totally different. The basic production practice is totally different. Community economic development initiatives and how those initiatives are approached is totally different. The organization has been a part of understanding that change does take place and having an understanding of that change as it takes place and as the world turns and as we search for and make sure that we are a part of that greater organization or that partnership that we have with others, that we understand that, then we find and we understand also. And we want you to understand also that we are also at a point that we are at the edge of night. The edge of night as we move from the point of night into the point of dawn for the future. And we truly, we want you to both continue as members as we move through that point as to where we have gone through time as the search for tomorrow and as the world turns. And now the edge of night is moving into the next dawn and understanding that change is taking place. That we want you to continue to grow with the organization, be a part of that change, and the edge and move into the dawn and basis for the future of tomorrow. So again, we welcome your membership. We thank you for your membership. And we encourage you also to be an advocate, to be a voice for others, that we can draw others into and to be a part of the organization of what we represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. King. And before I bring Ms. Cheney up, I want to take the time out to recognize our members right now. Could you guys stand, please? Our members, current members of ALFDC and ALCDC. Current members. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you guys so much. Also, let's recognize our board members. I know you probably are part of both, so if you could just wave your hand. All right, thank you so much, board members, for what you do. All right, up next, we'll have our introduction of the morning speaker by Jane Williams.
Good morning. I am to the introduction of the speakers we have this morning. And I'm going to start with PJ Haney first, since he's there to be our first speaker. And I'm just going to do PJ's first and then Bertha Thomas next. PJ Haney is a fifth generation conventional farmer who cultivates corn, soybeans, and barley. Haney Farms LLC works on both owned and leased land across several counties, primarily in Northumberland and Westmoreland counties. Covering several thousand acres, this region is recognized for its grain production in Virginia. Haney fulfills multiple roles, including truck driver and farmer advocate. He is the chairman of the National Black Growers Council, takes part in USDA's Plant Variety Protection Act Board. And he has served on the Agriculture Advisory Council for Virginia's 1st Congressional District. The National Black Growers Council aims to improve efficiency, productivity, and sustainability among Black farmers through technology integration, process optimization, and strategic farm development. The council was created to address the needs of full-time Black farmers. Haney has received recognition from the White House as a champion of change and continues its involvement in Black farmers advocacy. Let us all give PJ Haney a hand at his come.
Good morning. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Dr. King and Ms. Williams for the invitation to be here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm not a true Arkansan. I'm a come here, not a born here. I'm a fifth generation farmer from Virginia. My family hails from the coastal plains of the Chesapeake Bay region of Virginia, where we grow those crops, primarily winter wheat, winter barley, corn, and soybeans. Our family has expanded our operation to Arkansas, where we are now farming corn, wheat, soybeans, and rice. In addition, we are blessed to own a rice processing facility here in Arkansas, located in Pine Bluff. Ironically, we're the only Black-owned rice processing facility in the whole United States. So thank you. So I'd like to start and give some of you a little roundabout way on how I ended up getting here to Arkansas to start farming. And also my connection to Dr. King and how we go back 27 years. I was a college kid on the campus of Virginia Tech, studying agricultural economics. I came home one weekend to help get on the combine and harvest. And a particular day, I went down that morning to grab the newspaper at the end of the lane and brought it back to my dad, and was eating breakfast, reading the paper, and before we left out, there was an article on the front page of the Richmond Times-Dispatch. It said, "Black farmer cries foul." And there was an article about a Black farmer in Virginia who was complaining about lending practices that were taking place at USDA and how Black farmers were being discriminated against. And Dad looked at me and said, "Hey man, the same thing is happening to me. How do I get in touch with this guy?" So I used what very limited internet skills I had at that time to Google this gentleman's name, and I connected him with a fellow by the name of John Boyd, and also in Virginia. And that phone call started and it lasted 3 hours. Within 3 days, they met. Within 3 weeks, Black farmers were organized in Washington, D.C. and having protests around the country. Within another few weeks after that, a pair of mules were purchased, and I was responsible for hauling those mules to all these Black farmer protests around the country. And while in Washington, D.C. one day amongst a group of Black farmers, I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. King. Had never set foot in the state of Arkansas or met any Arkansas farmers. So was pleased to just be in the room with other Black farmers. Unfortunately, all the farmers were experiencing similar challenges. Couldn't get access to capital, foreclosures, land. And through the work that was started 27 years ago by Dr. King and my father and other Black farmers around the country, Black farmers were able to benefit from the work that was done, and they're still being able to benefit. Class action lawsuit that took place in 1996, the discrimination financial assistance program that recently took place last year. So the work that started 27 years ago is still being done today, and we still have a lot of work left to do. I graduated from Virginia Tech. I came back home to my family farming operation. Dad said, "Son, you've got 4 younger sisters, 3 of them in college. If you could help me get them through school, I'll gladly support that corporate career that you want to hang that college degree on somebody's wall one day." And ladies and gentlemen, that was my green light to do what I love to do, which was go to work every day with my dad. You know, for me, farming, I got tricked into farming. Because as a kid, I would go to the John Deere store with Dad and he'd get parts, and I'd run over to the toy section. And I had enough toys to fill up the whole back of his pickup truck. And on one particular day, I asked for another toy. He said, "Now, son, you're too big for a toy. You don't get the real thing." So Daddy bought me my own tractor at 7 years old. And on Fridays, when I got out of school, I didn't walk to the school bus line like most of my peers. I walked over to the teaching parking lot, and Dad would have one of his farmhands in the corner of that parking lot to pick me up in an old dirty pickup truck and take me to whatever farm his crew was working on. And when we pulled into the field, if he had 4 tractors running, mine would be sitting on the side, and I would just jump in and go right to work. So at 8, 10 years old, I'm jumping in line right behind 40 and 50-year-old guys, planting, plowing, preparing fields, tearing up more than I was producing, but I learned a lot at an early age and I was very hands-on. And I'm very fortunate for that experience because that challenged me. It channeled my focus just for agriculture. Growing up, I didn't want to play sports or go hang out. I had an old air-conditioned tractor with the radio. I had the coolest tractor in the county. That's all I wanted at that time. And I was very fortunate because a lot of my friends didn't have that same focus or anything to challenge their energy. And I can see how trouble came on to them early on and things like that. So at that young age, a seed was planted in me and that seed was still brewing. However, something happened one day. My dad leased a 560-acre farm in the county, the largest farm in the county, and a lot of unhappy folks about that. And one night we finished up planting and we had parked all 5 tractors in a row. Came back the next morning, everything was shot up, flat tires, antifreeze leaking out of the engines, holes in the windows. And that I think was meant to discourage me at an early age. But ladies and gentlemen, it didn't. It lit a fire that's still brewing today. It lit a fire to solidify my place and my family's place in production agriculture and farming. As a farmer once said, the land doesn't know any color. You take care of the land takes care of you. So as I graduated from college and came back to farm with my dad and help my sisters get through college, I was working and we were really advancing our operation. And I got a call, ironically, from 2 gentlemen from Arkansas. The late Mr. Pearlie Reed was on the phone and also Dwayne Goldman from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Many of you know Mr. Reed and his advancements to USDA and chief of NRCS during the Clinton administration. Well, he had retired from USDA and Monsanto, where Dwayne was working for, had hired him and asked him to put together a group of Black farmers for a Black Grower Advisory Council meeting. I just happened to be one of the farmers they called. And I'll never forget that day. I was on the tractor going down the field and I see a call from a St. Louis number I didn't recognize. I thought it was a typical salesman. So I answered it. And those 2 gentlemen on the phone explained what they were doing and asked me to come to a meeting in St. Louis for Black farmers. And I explained to them politely, I said, gentlemen, I appreciate the invitation, but what I do is different than most Black farmers. And I'll never forget Mr. Pearlie Reed said, well, what do you mean, Mr. Haney? I said, well, Mr. Reed, we're not in the produce business and we're not selling any livestock. We're planting, we're a 5,000-acre operation. We plant 2/3 of that stubble crop. We're planting harvest 7,000 to 8,000 acres a year. And unfortunately, I did not know any other Black farmers who are doing what we're doing. His exact words were, Mr. Haney, to your surprise, there are some Black farmers out here farming more land than your family is. I immediately stopped the tractor. I said, I'm sorry, sir, did you mean to tell me did you say that Black farmers farming more land than we are? He said, yes. I said, I find that quite alarming. Where are these gentlemen located? So he started telling me about farmers in Texas and Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, and Mississippi. And I was so intrigued. I said, I've been in agriculture all 4 years of my college career. I've graduated and in a professional career. And I don't know of any other Black farmers farming more than 500 acres of land. And you're calling me with this information. Please sign me up for that meeting. Fast forward, they fly me to St. Louis. I walk into the Monsanto corporate boardroom, and there are 11 other Black farmers sitting around the table that I'd never seen before nor heard their name. There was Tennessee, 9,000 acres, Texas, 8,000 acres, Alabama, 6,000, Florida, Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, I was speechless. One, because it was the first time I'd ever been in a room and I wasn't the largest Black farmer. And 2, I'm 30 plus years old and I have just completely had a new concept of community right now. Ladies and gentlemen, that meeting changed my life. Meeting those other farmers opened my eyes and expanded my windshield wider than I ever could have believed. Now, fast forward from that meeting and from my meeting with Dr. King 27 years ago, we're now farming over 5,000 acres of land in Arkansas and have a rice processing plant. So Arkansas is a little special to me just from that introduction, my invitation, and I do have a little Arkansas dirt on my boots these days now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming to you just explaining the past and the present where we are, but I'd like for you to just take a look with me out the windshield for the future. As we look around and we understand the challenges of Black agriculture, we look in the rearview mirror and we look back to 1920, where there were 1 million Black farmers in this country. African Americans owned 16 million acres of land. And I was fortunate to be part of a documentary film that Al Roker produced. And if you hadn't heard of it, you can look it up. It's called Gaining Ground, The Fight for Black Land. Gaining Ground, The Fight for Black Land. And that documentary took 2 years to produce, but it documented the number of Black farmers and Black land loss that had been happening. There were 1 million white farmers. There were 4 million white farmers in 1920, 1 million Black farmers, a 4-to-1 ratio. Now there are over 1 million white farmers and less than 10,000 Black row crop farmers around the country. Why did the numbers fall the way they did? It's not because it rained on the white farmer side of the road and didn't rain on the Black farmer side. There are a lot more components into the complexity of that. But the long story is the economic losses that the Black farm community has sustained have been calculated to be over $400 billion over this last 100 years. And ladies and gentlemen, that's something that we will never get back. When we look back at transactions that happened, when I look back and say, well, my granddaddy should have bought that farm 50 years ago and someone else got it, no one's going to reverse that transaction. So it's no need for us to complain about the past. We just need to look out the windshield about looking forward to where do we go. But I ask you, in our own communities, as farmers, we know that if we don't plant a seed, we don't harvest a crop. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't see too many young seedlings in this room. Our youth are our future. It's our job to make farming sexy, exciting, interesting, challenging for the young people of today, so we have men and women that look like us that will feed us tomorrow. I've had the pleasure of traveling to several countries this week and this year. And while in Africa, I looked at so much land and vast opportunities and so many people, but so lack of infrastructure, so lack of technology. I hosted a field day earlier this year in Pine Bluff, and we had drones that were spraying just water over the rice fields and using technology. We're using tractors with GPS and technology. And, we're so far ahead of where we were with Granddaddy's farm 50 years ago. So that's something that I would encourage you. Make sure you have a seed in your family to plant. And if you're not actively engaged in farming, find someone who is, and just take that youth out and let them watch those tractors. Let them ride on a combine. There are plenty of farmers in this room that would be happy to share, but start. It's like I was tricked with that tractor at 7 years old. Figure out how to make sure your family is also remaining. Because ladies and gentlemen, here's something I want you to think about. I don't care where you go in the world, regardless of our age, our race, our religion, or our political affiliation. Food is the one thing that connects us all. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no culture without agriculture. And we have to make sure we have that culture in our communities. We have to make sure that it's something that our children know and value and what they need to know to do with it. I was home over Christmas, and I'm blessed to have 3 children. I have a daughter that's in medical school. I have a son that's in law school. And I have a 17-year-old that's raising 5 cows with my daddy right now. That's a little concerning. That's my word right there. But I told them when we were home, I shared with them everything that we're doing in Arkansas with the farm and the rice mill. And I said, listen, I only want you to farm if you want to. I don't want you to have to forfeit your desires and your careers for medical school or law school or wherever you want to do, Trevor. But I want you to always be in the food business. And the reason that we're putting so much efforts in Arkansas is because I told them if something happened to me tomorrow, the neighbors would be lined up outside the funeral saying, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'll be glad to help you. I told my daughter, and I said, I want you to look old Billy Ray in the eye and say, thank you, Billy Ray. I appreciate that invitation. What I'd like to do, I'd like to lease you daddy's land on the east end of the county where you join us. But at the same time, when you harvest that crop, you're going to bring it to our grain elevator. You're going to bring it to our rice mill. You're going to bring that to our corn processing plant. Because if you can control what comes off of your land, you don't actually have to produce it. And you can always be in the food business. Ladies and gentlemen, there are too many people that go to bed hungry every night with the amount of resources that we have right here before us. I'm looking at all these projects that are taking place and going on across the Delta. Can Arkansas be the next California? The amount of crops that are grown in California because they have water restrictions, and we're blessed to have an abundance of that here in the Delta. But where we need to go is we need to monetize what we have before us, and that's something that our community has lacked for a long time. Access to capital has always been the economic knee on our neck that has not allowed us to grow. And when we concentrate our resources, we have land, we have producers, we have infrastructure, we just need capital to support what we need, but we can be a breadbasket of the world. Arkansas is in a unique position to supply rice globally. And as so many other communities are struggling with water, with drought, with climate control, with global warming and everything going on, I think this is a special place. So I'm very thankful for the opportunity to be a producer here in the Arkansas Delta. I'm very thankful to know many of you farmers who are in the room and USDA personnel that we've worked with. And I encourage you to continue your own battle in your own families and with your own operations to make sure you can look to the future. What changed it for me was my community. When I first came to Phillips County and started farming, got rained out one day, Andre Pierre invited me over to a cookout that a lot of the farmers were having. John, you might have been there, Roger was there, Darren was there, Andre was there, a few other farmers. And as I sat around that room and I was added up and I said, just the farmers in this room, this is over 20,000 acres of black farm production just sitting here in the corner of this shop. I couldn't travel the whole state of Virginia and put together that many acres in one spot, ladies and gentlemen. And since that day, Arkansas has been special to me. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to meet many of you. I'm thankful for the opportunity and the invitation to come speak at this program. And I wish all of you farmers and producers a successful year. Thank you.
Thank you, EJ. Our next speaker that I will hear is Bertha Thomas. Bertha Thomas is a native of Arkansas, graduated from A.L. Reed High School and earned degrees from AM&N College and Arkansas State University. He worked for 40 years with USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service, holding various leadership roles focused on resource conservation and farm bill program management. Thomas currently serves on multiple local farm boards, including ALFDC and the Jefferson County Conservation District. In addition to his civil service, he spent 4 years in the active duty and 26 years with the Army National Guard, completing advanced military courses and serving in commanding positions. He retired as a colonel in 2014, receiving several awards such as the Legion of Merit, Army Commendation Medal, and outstanding unit commander. Ladies and gentlemen, give us a hand for Bertha Thomas.
Morning, everyone. I'm here to talk about conservation. Specifically, they said they wanted to talk about conservation practice on my land. Before I get down that road, we need to think about conservation. How does it impact civilizations? Has it impact civilization? If we can think about, if you've ever been to the Mideast and the Promised Land, you can look at some of those civilizations. You can look at the conditions in Africa, where the natural resources were not protected. So conservation is very important. It sets the stage of what we do in agriculture and our role and our mission with the Natural Resource Conservation Service. I spent almost 40 years of my life with that particular agency. My goal was to help people like Mr. Haney and other farmers live that dream. We had to make sure that they got the most out of their farmland, that their soil was productive, with minimum input to get maximum output. It was a dream that we wanted them to live. It was my purpose and my passion to help them do that. My goal was to own 5 acres of land. My dad never did own land. None of my relatives own land. And it was my desire to own land to leave for my kids. But in terms of 5 acres, it's not much. But lo and behold, conservation practices come in. We're going to conserve our natural resources, the CRP program. And we build wealth. We can build wealth through those programs because it helps protect our natural resources. And what I mean by natural resources, our farm, our water, our plants, and animals. During my career, I was just one person, but I had a team of other folks that were helping me get technical information, technical advice, and recommendation to farmers so they can improve their land, make it sustainable. A lot of people don't understand the importance of soil. Most people call it dirt. Dirt is something that you get on, you want to wash it off. The soil is the essence of life. And you think about how much soil that we have, but only a few inches of that soil is productive. The rest of it is subsoil. And our goal was to protect the productive lands of this country. We brought to bear all the scientific knowledge that we could get in order to give recommendations to farmers and ranchers throughout this country. We use satellite imagery that we go back to our office and study the land use of this country. The land that's being converted from crop land, productive land, to subdivisions and highways and byways. The same soil that sustains life is also good for other practices that does not produce any kind of crops, food or fiber. But as we move forward, we found that a lot of our farmers, particularly our minority farmers, were not familiar with soil conservation service. We didn't loan money. We never have, but we had technical information and advice for them to follow. And we try to do it in a manner which they are the decision maker. We don't make decisions for landowners. We make recommendations so they can make an informed and educated decision to improve their livelihood. Not all farmers know about the Natural Resource Conservation Service. As a matter of fact, we're probably the least known agency with USDA, but we're very important because we're looking at the productivity for food, fiber, and that affects everybody. Soil quality. When we talk about soil quality, most people don't understand. You have to be a farmer or an agronomist or a scientist to understand the importance of soil quality. And I'd like to relate it to you in this example. Soil quality. If you have poor soil quality, you're going to have poor animals. You're going to have land that's not producing according to its capability. And when you have that, then you cannot sustain yourself. It's not sustainable. But our job is to sit across the table from people that have not been traditionally used in USDA programs. That's very important. My goal was to own 5 acres of land, and I accomplished that land. I accomplished that goal. But also I worked with a young man. I call him a young man, he was much older than me. But his ideas were young. But he didn't have the opportunity to participate in government programs. When you're fighting for survival for your life, you don't have time to watch and do other things. But he offered me the opportunity to buy his land, 138 acres. My goal was to own 5. As the lady that introduced me, she said that kind of gets getting next to you when you start thinking about people and land when it comes to our people, because we don't have the privilege or the knowledge. No one has ever taken the time to sit down with us and explain these programs to us. And when we do, they don't understand. When we go out and talk to landowners about natural resources, environmental issues, the environmental incentive program that they never heard of. I came up at a time in my early career where we didn't offer financial assistance. It was all technical assistance. If you did anything to improve the land on your farm, it was out of your pocket. But now it's different. There's incentive payment for you to install conservation practices on your land. I don't know what this administration is going to do with rules and regulation, but proud to, you can earn up to 90% or put a conservation practice on your land. Mr. Haney, it may not rain on your farm, but it may rain on the other farm. But when it didn't rain on his farm, he had irrigation wells. Many of our farmers don't have irrigation wells. So it's my job to sit down across the table and explain to them, go down to that government office, apply for these conservation practices to improve your land so you can pass it on to the next generation, that you can create generational wealth for your family. It's a hard sell sometimes, because when I get to talking about the amount of money that some of these conservation practices pay, they think it's snake oil to them. But somewhere we find the PJ Haney's to get up and talk about the improvements that he's made to this land through government programs. That's how we get it done. And the person on the back 40, we need to pay attention to their cry, because they are important too. But I know, Mr. Haney, if you farm your soil well, productivity will sustain by recycling once that was living into new life. Farm on your soil harbors a host of microorganisms that perform an array of functions that sustain life. And we have to get our farmers to understand that what goes on in the soil is important. The soil on my farm is a critical component of the carbon cycle. If the soil is formed well, it can sequester carbon and thus help global climate. And we never thought about that before. We never thought about what it means for water to fall. The average person doesn't understand when it does rain, the impact that it had or it could have, and how important that it relates to them. Because invariably it impacts the water supply. The quality of water is important. But it is my purpose and passion to help farmers get the most out of their land that is productive, that is sustainable. I thank you.
Well, everybody, keep the round of applause going right now. Let's give Mr. PJ Haney and Mr. Virgil Thomas a round of applause for those wonderful speeches today. Okay, so before we go into our break, we're gonna remind everybody that we have vendors set up in the back. Okay. And we also are gonna have another amazing solo from Miss Aisha Dubos. You guys give her a round of applause. Another round of applause. I mean, so much talent. I want to make sure Miss Aisha, am I pronouncing your last name right? Is it Du Bois? Du Bois Hughes. Okay, let me make sure I get that correct. Thank you again for that beautiful solo. And right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Again, I want you guys to take advantage of the vendors in the back and the refreshments in the side.
Fairfield is right up in the, at 365.
part of the end. Over time, our farm program services, we're going to very bad at one and two. Rural development. We involve home repairs, private home programs, and those different things are located in the few located on the outside of the area. Here from your county. It's called under county office. Where you can call in an office to go in and make start there. Prior to the documentation, you would need full identity that would require a valid driver's license, passport, or personal identification, with social security, employee ID number, or LLC, EIN, and identification, or a copy of the deed, lease agreement, copy of the agreement that you are trust or LLC, then those documents. If you are a farmer, establishment of a cluster record. No, definitely need to prove of ownership. It includes property description. First step. Or this land, you'll have to go for farm harvest, building that. Eighty, 2027 customer data work required, form gather, all we will contact operating status is rapid into either. And what we say to you, right? We're telling you again. Where you farm, okay. If people are ready. Where you operate. All right. Step one. Step two, they schedule. Make sure that you do reach that meeting. Once you be scheduled, that's what they're probably for you. Mail or as a person. And it does mean that you have to be in Monroe County. And for instance, Monroe County. Correct? And there is the out of state. That they say. Farming goes in the area from state. Each farm goes to offer 100. Working, conservation, extended board season, height tunnels, and more. The church had where people just started a small farm. Actually, outside of this or in your backyard. You can do on the farm. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that I don't know farms. And it's right in your backyard. Step three. Tell for the access we call program analyst or your CED, county executive director. And to review your documentation, make sure that everything is correct before you leave to a submission. Make sure that everything is correct or the recommendation that they will be able to contact you. There are programs such as CRP, which we have that you can handle right there at the
Park Service agency and, do all paperwork for to as the technical assistant in fields and conditions. We start with that would be that was a staff. They will process all the data submitted in the report. Like I say, make sure everything is right. Correct. If you have a phone number, then you can with that phone number. If you don't, steps right there and back. Because NRCS, work with this process and continue to get that. That would be it. Start there at CRP. Continue with this about CRP. Conservation program that has two general teams. Now continue to help people with gardens, command the voters to certain conservation plan. If they go anytime. So we don't look at the project, still applies. Let's have it for 4 out of 6 years. And those years. 2012 to 2013. 4 out of 6 years. We actually have a problem. We need plans. And that they will want to make those payments. And you will be eligible. You can offer or yeah. Don't quickly change after you're in the foreclosure to the time you take circumstances of which is actually adequate security. Like I say, that the new owner did not formulate purpose of place to so you have to have 12 months prior to I would say we do make payment therapy, but the other work, technical work would be in our field. Program payments is effective to regular program payments, but that you really and now the staff basis. And I said, farm record, very important, always report the crops, no matter which is meant. Bill acre, preventive planted acres. So make sure that you are always reporting. Don't report or let's say Jane. That's goes to the farm loan side. FSA, that is program side, farm program side. Now we know the program. Farm program, farm loan program, where they have direct loans, guarantee loans, farm ownership loans, farm operating loans. Let's see who gets the loans. We say that one service agency offers direct, guarantee loans, farmers direct, build and sustain debt with bonds for a variety of agricultural. Farm operating and emergency loans are held under the direct loan program. Now the direct loan program help farmers to start purposely expand the farming operations, getting farmers who are limited financial qualify for credit. Farmers have some financial setbacks. After disasters. The FSA offers a variety of loans to provide different resources. Farmers. Maintain profitable farming. Farming will apply. Direct loans to the FSA earned on time. And folks who guarantee farm loan. I guarantee farm loans are available to farmers who may not meet a loan qualification of person. And I think guarantee loan for made and certified person limited such as the bank. Most farm credit system institution. Or credit union. It's I'm going to guarantee loan for commercial made service and service loan. And FSA guarantee against cost of a maximum of 90%. Most cases 95%. FSA approved eligible loan guarantee for lenders activity. There you can contact FSA on farm ownership fund. Farm ownership, maybe you to purchase a farm. You want to buy a farm? I'm hungry. I'm going to actually stick the farm. On the buy it. Every prayer, religion. You may want to enlarge an existing farm. Or they close it about it. They close the cost, both soil, the water, and today. Direction of developer to a maximum of $600,000. I can loan them off. After say guaranteed farm ownership fund, the rate commercial lending up to $2,230,000. And maximum payment and that's under that's the $5. The proof of something they have in the money, bring it up. Bring it up to the developer. They have to say 20 years to vote directly in guarantee. 40 years. For an operating loan. For an operating loan, we need to perform operating here. Quick. Manner of real estate, small one. Or a minor group. Financing or refinancing a debt at direct loan will go to a maximum of $400,000. FSA will guarantee farm property like $2 to $2 million to $800,000. The repayment may be there, but it cannot exceed to 7 years. And annual operating loan for year will be 12 months. Or when the commodity will boost for us. So we do have those options for those loans through FSA, farm loan funds, direct, guaranteed loans, farm operating loans, and farm operating. Also, we don't down payment program and down credit program along with these over management and beginning farm purchasing farm. And down payment says some of these bad and beginning farm the purchase farm. Those requirements the applicant must make add down payment these files to the maximum loan amount. Applicants receive 45% of the lease of the purchase price of the farm to be acquired. The appraised amount value of the farm to be acquired of $667,000. But it's, this is also acting. Now. Term of this looking. The back of 20 years. Interest rate 4%. Love the rate foreign. But award in 1.5. The remaining balance may be obtained from the first amendment of private party. Acquisition signed up to a negative 5% guarantee if funding is obtained from the first amendment. Participating individuals do not have to pay a guarantee fee. And the participating individuals do not have to pay a guarantee fee. Financing from the participating business must have organization, capitalization, period of this 30 years and not have a loan payment due to 20 years of the loan. 35 emergency. An emergency law is help farmers and ranchers who have suffered the law. This also called natural disasters, damage farming, raising. Emergency law funds may be used to Florida or the face of central property. Or make part of a government cost. Last year. Pay essential family living expenses. Reorganize farming operation. And the county or counties, the farms located must be prepared. They was asked for like a credit or designated secondary tax. For the production also, after the pay $30 to the street of farming operation. So, after they receive up to a record receipt. Yeah. Let's become a list of farmers and they talks about the 4-H club, FFA or private organizations for agriculture tools. Grandchildren. And educate the actual experience the idea of the use of that institution. Our young people get back to what we think and to be aware of that if it wasn't for the farmers, it would really they would be called up here. I demand on food that's not being produced or animal, poultry, greens, not greens, greens, cabbages, don't taste to them. It's because our fault, it's because you said not to. And we should have made our arguments that we should teach to each other. And we say that these loans are only available direct loans with a maximum for now $5,000. These funds are going to go to 8 to 10 to 20 years. Yes. So that's the thing to get them started and teach them how to pay back. I would encourage that. So again, along getting and social disadvantaged farmers. Each year, hundreds target a percentage of farm owners that farm operators funds to get, social distancing. But in local program, students, big students, for the experience, local, financial system. Here. And they'll see all the separate local programs. So, they are. So, we all spirit. I know we all sing the spirit right now. Crops. Pays down. Been bank crops. And they all crops. So. And I think we're say guarantee opportunity. But we just want to keep these things are people and obviously are big. I just heard that somebody hoping this only two people that they're allowed to like coming in. See so we're trying to make it if we got her. It's not popular. So that problem. That was a that it all asked. So and which I have to go with it. Questions. Maybe see your in October. So this all the answers. No, when we open. No. Any questions that no else you want to talk about, you know, being on the couch. Documentation and then most important is listen, read the information to the regular and just to use about these things and fluency. Problem. That's what you're there. So there are programs, but I don't know what's the guy that takes information on the solar. Oh, it was counted too. Oh my goodness. Cause he had been called and they wanted to the solar.
That's I think that's like very also plan to look at the availability of Dr. Nerval land and putting together the resources where people can participate in that market, but with the good for some of the enterprise. They see it will not see continue to go down at this. As far as the resources are concerned, rural development is more the business enterprise, finance, for solar, business enterprise, any other type of business enterprise, USDA can develop. It's a work session, which area I would have been talking about what that is, but we're doing that over here now. But anyway, solar energy, windmill energy, and of course, we find a lot of people, a lot of different companies, one of these, the Corporation, And the person from Monroe County, this area, and I've known him over the years, brilliant young man. His son is an engineer, in electrical and mechanical engineering. And he seems to have a good feel on how these enterprises can come together from the development perspective. But the thing is, so important and crucial about that is having the land location and the fact that they have access to the land as they put together these business enterprise plans. I'm hoping that we can have more meetings on that, a host of meetings by Zoom, because the investors, for the most part, are not in Arkansas. Most of the money you see going up out of the investment, out of the state, other parts of the country where they've advanced doing that. But when we get to the point of having those discussions back with the individuals that are working in that area, and others may want to be a part of that process, but we do want to connect with individuals that have the interest, have access to land, I know of individuals that have access to land, and may be interested in participating. Yeah, let me just say this. I do very individuals. I've had a lot of calls, continue to have calls. There are a lot of different companies out there that's doing this now. There are also a lot of different companies that take advantage of that. So I want to support them on that side. So I'm not speaking from a general perspective. I'm speaking from the standpoint of some individuals we have started to have engagement with that seem to have the workforce capacity, those individuals with the knowledge of engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, as well as other areas. And they often have the very community once we have with that discussion. Not that they are the only investors, but they can run. But that has seem to have the knowledge base of how these things need to come together. Right now, I have not seen any model where we are part of the structure of military state. Only those that are given access to that land, and a lot of lease agreements without seeing some, a lot of the things that have signed off on. You're not just given access to your land. You can get very close to them by fine print so long. And really, for the most part, they have your land. Because that is like a first right of refusal, there's specific writing in there that at the point in time of the contract, you really have to lease back to it. It's a period of time, they have to be one of the first right of refusal divide out right. But you get it. If we can see a part. Oh, okay. The person, we're gonna give you the name of the person, the phone number. But we have trouble with work with them and refer people to them. They can explain more to them again. They do a lot more than I do about that. But his name is Orson, Orson, Orson Stewart. Yeah, Orson, Orson Stewart. STEWARD, Orson Stewart. His phone number is 205-533-0879. The 533-0879. Area code 205. He's actually his family is originally out of St. Francis County, Fort City area. They own part of the land in Monroe County. I think his mother, one link to family originally out of Monroe County, and then the other out of St. Francis County. I know some of his sisters well, and Mr. Had might know the family also. but they're out there, out the area, background area. And, my impression is that he has a genuine interest in wanting our population of individuals to know more about it and then to offer them the opportunity to see if there's an interest. We can galvanize enough interest that those who are landowners and put together a serious plan. The best is nothing an individual thing. Pardon? Oh, his name? Oh yeah, so yeah, this is all Orchard to it, but he deals with solar energy and they've done some work and want to do work in Arkansas in creating some of the energy corporation and trying to identify landowners, particularly African American landowners, to be a part of that process. But it's dealing with the solar energy and it's growing like crazy. You said why not? Okay, well, we are going to we just in our fiscal year, 25, we're in 26 now, not for the first part of this fiscal year. That is one of the things that at the top of all this is to have that type of meeting and really get a good understanding of those individuals who have an interest in that and get real clarity on what the requirements and all would be. And that's what we have not published anything in our newsletter yet about it, but we're trying to put something in the newsletter. But I want to have the right information. I don't want to get no confusing information, and particularly not misinformation as relates to both the process itself and what opportunities and benefits that it could mean, for individual women. So that's stuff what we already need. Right. This is private enterprise. I mean, basically, all of the solar energy taking place now is private enterprise. Okay, that's one from the investor perspective. Second is that the solar enterprise on the front end, how sometimes they got started, we really start to understand it. All the real equity money is already out. Say nothing available. There were multi-billions of dollars have already been found. And it was by way of government and equity financing, create alternative energy. That has taken place. You may have heard about one state that announced the president administration. I think that was how many billions of dollars that was pulled. All these solar energy projects. Okay, so now that was because it was directly tied back to federal government. So some of it is directly federal government. Now, are there other resources available? Does this type of business enterprise qualify for USDA rural development, business enterprise grant program, and loan program? I don't know. I would think that it would, because it would be a business enterprise. It will be producing a particular product with the energy itself, and it should be a matter of dealing with the market demand, which is there, and the capacity of such an organization or entity being created, and how it is supplying that market, that back to the particular buyer of the energy. I've been told by some, out of all the things that are going on, even in Arkansas now, that most of the energy is being sold down to Texas. That's why are we pushing everything to Texas? And we needed this to reduce our light bill. But anyway, that's Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, and so I'm gonna tell you, I am still trying to be more up on it. And I will talk about this some when I get my turn. But you know, some of it is I'm in heard of the big beautiful bill. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you now, I'm serious, and it's got my mind involved right now. He knows what's in the big beautiful bill. He knows in the big beautiful bill, there's something at the farm. There are things in that, healthcare in that, and how the payments and everything from Medicare and other areas, that's in that. Conservation is in there. Now, so far, when you look at it, I mean, the intimidate, I really didn't even, if y'all received our last advance, it was a special edition. Now, one before that, the last advancement, and we sent it out electronically. We tried to go to electronic mail and stuff. That was a story, a summary that I had in there about the big beautiful bill. Got the flag in that point. Okay, that was just a small niche of what that big beautiful bill is about. Okay, but that's a lot of stuff, and I get something reference to that when I talk to the conservation side. Big piece about taxes that will end, benefits that will end in July of next year, of 26 to end. But those who are getting in now will be able to capture tax benefits and revenue that will take you in 24 and 23. And some of the big corporations are already capitalized on that. I happen to have gotten information on that on the webinar about it. They'll file accordingly how they benefit from it. And so once you benefit from it, and you get that's established under those credits, then it's a 10-year stretch out. So I mean, each year you file 10 years out, then you'll be able to get the benefit of either reduction in taxes, reimbursement of the basis of taxes, making things the past of practice, things of that. So it's all this involving an agriculture part of it, and a lot of other stuff that I just really haven't read enough into yet. This thing on that. It's a lot in big things to do, a lot. So sometimes things are said, and they, it's like it's intentional to make people but I know that ain't.
You know, they share and give.
Yeah.
They have to. Very important. They decide. You can actually
That's supposed to direct loan and guarantee loan. Well, the difference is that one on direct loan calculation, direct rate of operating loan, maximum operating $40,000. That's on the operating side. Maximum on capital investment is $600,000. You got $1 million flat cap out on delegated finance directly. On the guarantee loan side, if you're doing a guarantee loan, the maximum amount is 2.326 million. So that's on the guarantee, so if you're going, a guarantee, the bank, use of some kind of pay. We don't charge $200,000 back on that. That's one difference dollar. Another difference is not just the amount of dollars, but also the pay. Okay, you're being put on the break financing, offers much, but, a different interest, a lower interest rate than what your private interest is on the guarantee side. So they want to go more commercial rate, maybe 5%, on your operating loan, with the break of the guarantee loan, and compared to roughly 4 to 6%. 5 to 5% of the direct loan side of the loan. So those are the primary real differences: buying, the amount of money, and then how much they try to put part of it. What some those commercial probably think a lot faster. They get that foundation. Is good. As far as the other areas of the farm, the other thing, and the difference a lot of goes to the rate, because the size of the operation, the rate from this point right there. I mean, if you're doing 10,000, 5,000 acres on your operation, like that's the same. What are you talking about the point? Oh, depending on the, the size of the operation. Wholly, do not put it under a direct loan. We work with commercial banks, it was financing our farm credit, services with, long-term agency. And so that's private finance as well, credit social side. So that, the purpose going in that direction. One size is needed, amount of money to support the operation. Property farming, practically they're running $500,000 a pop or above. $1 million right there, you got to go. Great. And then
You got time. 30 minutes.
I got 30 minutes.
I'll
I didn't like pause.
Right.
Now, everybody, are you serious? Yes, we got it. Everybody on the first part.
They want you to be over.
Quick part, yeah. And I'm gonna show you all something. Look at one thought, we talked about the program. The market is forward, we're the bottom of the trade. But this is the bar. If you take the camera, take a picture of it, and get the right it will pull up everything, all the program information, everything you find in the post. My heart is bad for this. Then I'm going to see. My heart is bad. It's supposed to be here to take the whole big bad. They get big and big program for security. Then you got big department, then you got that on. It's basically a little involvement with the thing. You can't get up with things about things. Take a big point. But I'll provide information for it. You see these all those things. They're all good information. Can't make it all. If I had a crowd, I can't do it. Take that picture, scan it. And it will show you all information, plus other things, the access, that relates to USDA program, you can put it in, you know, so you can technology, yeah. Like I was talking about things that my hope, that's the other necessary, straight from Mara, and the ignite, but ignite, like now, all this stuff and I said, man, so we are at the ignite, we can do it, it's done here. And how those technologies are operating and how we got our facial we can access the information that's necessary for us to at least be educated. And we want to be educated. Now we're talking about that basic services. Now we really like to so we but we and for people way back but don't talk about okay. But back in our college days, but after first grade, the phone you get to the differences. One make for the regular room, legacy side, and investigation side. The other is a microloan. We have a microloan of $50,000. $50,000 for the microloan. For individuals, what we call a micro urban farm, that really sort of fits the mold of those types of operations. We only have 1 acre. We only have 5 acres. We only have, as this week, telling you about how to get a farm number. We only have land the size of this place. But if you have land the size of it, maybe you're back out. So once you get that farm number, you qualify for USDA program service. You get an operating number, you get a capital number, which we talk about. Under that micro loan, you get $1,000, $50,000 for operating purposes, $50,000 capital. Okay, well that's the ball that you get a record. You know, the commercial investors versus the USDA investors, they support it from the small farm side all the way up. In certain limited what I call family side, what we put the farming on with. And micro urban farm is an area where there's market growth type of food. We all be concerned about food supply, availability of food supply, and how things are looking economic. But naturally, for basic service, fast and other types of financial resources that help individuals what we call cultivating pathways to prosperity and to build equity within a farming operation. That financial system. She talked about the conservation third program. I'm talking about the conservation stewardship program. Conservation stewardship practice. And you do get financial assistance working with the farming operation. If you sign up for that, and you are established as a farming operation, or CS improvement, there may be crop rotation, there various types of practices. Something that is meant in this particular document here to go in the topic is something that occasion of the deal with the program called equal environmental positive system equal program. So basically something that we have a back build, right? You know, back so feel very I hate to always say I always do better. But I said this bone. They said this bone. Y'all, this big bone back here. This bone, she knows $7,000 question. Yeah, this bone, right? And y'all know that. The big bone is not like the 84 and you don't give me a choice. But in micro urban farming operations, I call it the best mentor they understand it. They establish themselves as a micro urban farm. And they understand the benefits of these programs, so each program protected. And so if you have space and time in this legal year and you want to extend the growing season, it's going to be raised. I don't care if it's maybe bell peppers, might be tomatoes, or maybe cat, maybe broccoli, and other things that grow. Yeah, you may want to establish part of this section of the land and put on the public house. Then you're growing teeth. And the great things require you to do the practically around. Grading the same foundation. Well, that's the reason why we call it mindful rivers. I call it mindful because you have to be in the city, to be in the rural area as well. Small areas remain. And the equal program is one of the primary programs that is used with individuals having everything that we talked about, the farm and all this. Once you get that farm, because in a lot of areas, in certain areas, farming, there's been finding all and lots, they need to double lot, triple lot, to find a lot. They don't have a farm number. So you have to get that farm number first. They made some ownership there, but so they want to get the farm number and then apply for the program to the people with natural resources, basic service. They provide a farm grant, but it provides a financial system. Provides a financial system to establish these practices on your microbusiness. Now, it also offers to do the same thing as it would any other farm under the conservation stewardship program. But normally they start with people and they may have certain CSU practices, conservation stewardship practice that is your equipment. Like, along the we now, they will establish irrigation systems, or maybe even if it's April and they will have a nice little irrigation system both inside and on the outside area, and you have motherland and top training as well. So we all that to be done through conservation, through the equal program, and building into that certain conservation practices under CSP with that start. Because you're starting up and getting once you finish out the equal contract, then the regular CSP program will say they're going to enhance the operation even more. So then you develop a plan that would enhance operation more, and that will look good. Which I don't have, I'll put it but then you go into the regular CSP program. The minimum payment under the CSP program with the minimum payment you can do this time. You can carry out the practice like if you're the private side of the bridge. Minimum payment for time. They contract goes up to $200,000 over a period of time. Yeah.
Wow.
The single way to get it all kind of related. I'm just like these guys, these ladies are doing more of these type of operations. I'm not taking that straight to you. But I'm saying, these ladies, they have some major operations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the reason I say that, because here's why. We also like to encourage, like to encourage, like to think that we have not taken that step, but it's something may possibly necessary. And you have to take that step, if we encourage, see these individuals who have experience, and I don't understand good, but these doctors fail. It's about the confidence. It's about it's about networking. And having discussion. Those individuals who have experience, understand the benefits and the revenue that can be generated in the process. Now, if not, we got Mr. Birdie benefit. But what I know that he's talking about, but I'm saying as a small function operation, that understanding small family function operation business, that's going to again, part of the basic proposition, it's burning another. So when I'm talking about the eventually, I thought, go see the whole hospital. Go see the whole hospital actually doing it. You understand the market strategy, you know how to make their sale. How they deal with the product itself, but oh, Pittsburgh, sorry.
No.
This Bernie also. This Bernie is all.
It's paid off.
Miss Bell, and anybody on this one, these ways, these ways, so when I say farmers, right, for farmers, and understanding both production, the farm plan, how to develop it, how to implement it, market strategy, the financial crops, everything, as well as the financial system program. Yes, these related. Ladies, I'm not saying. I would dance with it. And Mr. Ball would, no, I don't. Quite good. But one of the opportunities for finance is available, how to access that financial system themselves. And put into becoming more and more of the growing demand of local food. Now, in that big piece of bill we talked about, in a big piece of bill, believe it or not, read so far that there are things in there that is absolutely amazing as the power. The benefits financially to the context of farming operation. And it's a goal. You realize about it. I'm not talking about all this big talk for 30 times you realize about it. And the conservation craft, just keep on progressing. Just keep on like so. And to the extent that there's a time, I'm saying that farming is a major part. That's a major part of farming. The farming itself and understand the basics of science integrated into the farming operation, all science management, and everything like practice. Crop rotation, crop rotation is perspective. And the other soil based capacity for it, and not the same time. So the utility probably rotate through with the base of this side, and the south, you've done crop rotation. You know, they have to say the real soil and in the 2000, going to develop to deal with small So, yeah, you got to. But there was a book that we like did it, yeah. We had a piece of method and the very planning together based on the practice of how to do it. Okay, look at me. You know, AI, I'm the best. See if you plan the different books. I'm going to get that. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. That piece, so again, network, God give me email and the whole thing. Yes, I know do that make really fun. Let me just say this, and they just you want to feel, it sounds like you want to feel a green, local, food, that's definitely but how they talk to everyone. Okay. Okay. Do this. What do they want to think? What do they want to think? All right. You got 8 you want the lower class and 80 right? So now, of course, you have a certain, then ain't good. You have certain pros, decision. We deal with setback and all the right, right. So, it's still gonna run it, same thing, with the houses, it's done anyway. You're gonna get the thing for you, may not have to big city, go straight. Then you have to federal law, it's like, on the house, in the city of rural area, that's doing not set back, but doing different one house, something from the other. But what I was going to say, you establish, you understand, if you're dealing with a different house, you can do that. They decide, they take a lot, because happens a lot, and you shut have to take a lot, if you get those scriptures back, and then, that sort of thing, off, got to get the lead on the ticket. But once you get the scriptures back, you are being the holder, because you can go get it wrong number. So that thing. And so we're showing the lot. Now we got to done that, so you're like an example. I want to create this. So if you were created your agricultural farm, again, if you would make these micro farm available. In the meantime, when you get something to side, go to the those things fail and it's wrong, that operation. Now, I'm saying, don't see that operation. If you read it, like you heard me talk on the radio about what this people gonna be about, big part of this is about special networking and talking to other folks. I think you can be first myself and anyone else. What's available worldwide, that's good. Do I know program? Yes. The switch for the program just rest of the staff, we didn't know the first thing to do. But we're talking, not only do they know the program, they have used it. They have benefited from the program. You know, they're not just talking about people black and white, God and constant. I'm not believing the thing. One thing. It's something that we can take with us. And I say, go see. Go actually see it. Know it's there. Know it can be done and know it is. And the fact that you can realize financial benefits of these types of operations. Two, that realize financial support in getting your operation up and started as part of that involved with the operation cost that is happening those types of operations. That's the eco program, CFP program. And there are others as well. One of the big barriers we have is with ALFDC. So, ALFDC involved has to be domain, a 40 domain, 8 domain, just a lot together. There's no establishment benefit for that estate or that property, out to the real. Now, kind of understand, getting that small number, getting that small. He can go to also have that big farm, optical farm, and 4 years of sales, 60 for about the church. This is a bit bird. One thing is that you're not going to find a new service code, the layout, you also talk about that. It's like the thing that they make up for the beginning. Some patients, it's very for they got over for acres, and what they're getting rent. It's really not good for them. So I was this is farm office see what the payment rates are for acres and the good for the farm house. Well, and kind of goes on with it. People get full like over fact that the rate the people be better. I'm sure that's wrong to the agency. With CR, CF, how they didn't say yes, yes, that's basically they're out together. It can't be all bad. One of the issues yes. Every state, but irrigate the equal program. We know that irrigate water and you have to do the crop. And I'm just laying out. So we're not demonstrating the works the revenue generating assets of that land as part of the trade. We have to make something fair, right? showing another way of how you're being created revenue from basic profit and but you get prepared with that. One time the economy that's itself, and it's the engine of the market to give us the best. A lot of the things are playing different how our nation there. They give me a little bit. So, whenever you're dealing with different land, whenever you're dealing with land, you behave like this is the adequate. Okay, and you deal with the investigation of that land and how the investigation is really moving. It brings about that appreciation and value that. So even if people get irrigated to the principle around the time, you go side and one way to go that job, but the way to change the whole makeup and the years of different how the prayer based on other human praise, it makes it do a market. So market based income generation has to get building the value that. Excellent. That's why I don't let me do work. But we would say, I don't know how to play. Yeah, no idea. So, I'm going to sit on anything you have about look, I got any questions before I go back? If you got any questions, you can yes. Right, okay, on $100 per acre, I only talked about the conservation word, TRP. That you can check with the office, see what maybe the going average rate for. I need an article, and I think the last second about the CRP, there are going to be some great things, increase for the CRP program. Only for the base, again, based on soil type, makeup, the water, and money, or anything, way they get it. Only just land make sure that's definitely where the other way in. Let it be out the rest of and get the niggas to practice all that. Maybe glass of it. That's the problem. It's here. They don't forget what they'll be in trust. And they have conservation from our place to link the vitamin foot. Conservation farm, some people put that land in conservation over it. Now, if it's irrigated, we went up, few years ago. Irrigated land on conservation is just 3,000 horsepower per acre. And what does that mean? Okay, that's NRC. And that is my. Yes, I
We would like to thank our saxophonists for playing such wonderful music for us on today. I know I'm enjoying it, so I'm sure you all are enjoying it as well. We're gonna move on. We have Mr. Beard. He's gonna come and do our lunch and prayer for us on today. And right after that, we're gonna go ahead and serve lunch. It is a buffet style, so you will get in the line in the back and then come out this door and so everyone can eat. So Mr. Beard.
We pray. Oh God, and our Father, we thank thee for the morning session and the information that we have been presented, that we have learned. We pray that it will be beneficial to us to take that to our rest community. Now that it is noon time, we thank you for the food prepared for us to eat. May it nourish our bodies so that we'll be better prepared to serve you. Thou art great and thou art good. Lord, we thank thee for this food. By thy hand must all be fed. Give us, Lord, our daily bread. Give us, Lord, our daily bread in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Okay, line up. Blue.
For those of you who have supported me on a CD and purchased my CD, I'd like to say that I appreciate you. I'm going to do one of the songs for my CD. It's called Gratefulness. One of the young ladies that passed through the line said that was one of their favorite songs, so I'm going to pay tribute to her.
It's a Friday thing, but they have to be. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and shift over to our second part of our conference on today, which is our Conference Award Recognition Luncheon. I am your MC on today, Mrs. Lashika Miller. I am the Vice President of Arkansas and Community Development Corporation. We've already had the luncheon prayer by Mr. Beard, and we're going to get ready and have the introduction of our speaker by Ms. Barbara Irving.
Hello, everyone, again, and I hope you guys enjoyed that meal because it was delicious. I'd like to introduce this year's speaker, Dr. Brian Cornelius. As Director of Applied Science, Dr. Brian Cornelius brings to Accent nearly 2 decades of research expertise. His expertise spans from corn and soybeans, breeding and development, seed sales and marketing, and field plot design, preparation and maintenance. Prior to joining Action, Brian managed regional sales at Stein Seed Company. Previously, he worked for a soybean breeder and a station manager of Mertie LLC. He has also held research positions in Arkansas soybean breeding and program and within the foundation's vital valuations and product development groups at Monticello Company. Brian currently serves as the board chairman of Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation and the board member of Crittenden County 4-H. He is the past board chairman of the Commercial Soybean Breeders Association. I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Brian Cornelius.
Thank you, Ms. Irving. So typically, I get to sit back and listen to the luncheon speaker and all of the other speakers, but the program committee, I want to thank you guys for kind of turning the tables on me this year and asking me to share. I see Ms. Williams back there giggling, Ms. Miller behind me, but it's an honor to not only serve this organization, but to try and impart some wisdom from my perspective. And I think it's important that I kind of walk you through that from my perspective, because I've been around for a while. This organization, Dr. King had the vision and got a bunch of people together back in the, late 1970s and around 1980, really made strides to turn this organization into what it is today. So today we celebrate 45 years of commitment to not only our communities, our constituents, but to try and bring information that will do just what our conference theme suggests today, to cultivate a pathway to prosperity. And over the years, this organization has been a beacon in this community, and not just this community, but communities all over this country. We say we serve our rural communities, but as Mr. Haney mentioned this morning, 27 years ago, way over in Virginia, this organization was actually making an impact, not just in Arkansas, but all over the country. So it's always interesting to just kind of reflect on, the people that you've met over the years and things that you've done. And when I saw the program, I think I woke up early this morning and I saw the email and I actually opened the program. And to my surprise, and I'm sure based on what I've seen to your enjoyment, our musician today, Miss Aisha DeVos, we actually share some history of going to church together years ago. Mr. DeVos was the saxophonist for our church, and I was the one twisting the buttons in the back to turn her up, turn her down, to drown out the other musicians when I wanted to hear her. So it was very, very nice to see Ms. DeVos and her husband here today, and to share some conversation with an old friend, I consider. But today, again, I think I want to give a little background. So understanding what I'm here to do today, I've got to kind of formally introduce myself to some of you guys who may not know my background. I was born and raised not too far from here. I'm from Helena, Arkansas. My grandparents bought a small farm between Barton and Oneida in a little area that we call Beaver Bayou. And for a long time, my grandparents and my dad and my aunts and uncles, they worked that farm and did the best they could do to try to make or to cultivate a pathway to prosperity for our family. Now, as many of you guys probably understand and can be, intimately acquainted with, during the late 1980s, the early 1990s, that pathway to prosperity as a farmer got a little bumpy. That road got a little rough. And we all had to make some hard decisions in some cases of how would we continue to put our kids through college, to continue to support our families. Because back then it wasn't just the family that lived right there in the house or the family that lived on the farm. And from my personal experience, out on our farm, my grandparents and a couple of my aunts and their kids lived there. But then we had other aunts that lived in other parts of town that we supported. My dad and all of my sisters and brothers, there was 8 of us. So there were a lot of people that were depending on that one little family farm. And for a long time, we grew the same crops. We grew corn and we grew cotton and soybeans and things like that. But we never got away from what really took care of us. And a lot of you guys probably remember the term truck patch.
Yeah.
So we had the truck patch that had the sweet potatoes and the okra and the peas. And those types of experiences helped us cultivate that pathway to prosperity. So as I was looking through the program and looking at some of the information that went out on the flyer, there were several key focus areas that were listed. And I kind of want to talk about those key focus areas and talk about how Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation and Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation has worked over the years to help families cultivate pathways to prosperity in a lot of these key focus areas. So the first one was economic prosperity for underserved communities. So if you read through the program, there's one little line in there that talks about 42 counties of coverage across the state of Arkansas in our rural communities where this organization has really been instrumental in helping our rural areas really get access to resources. So if you've been through the Delta, if you watch the Advancer newsletter, if you look at some of those pitches, if you get the emails, you'll see that periodically we are having meetings in a lot of these rural communities, and not just having meetings, we're actually impacting some of these rural communities, because even in my hometown of Helena, Arkansas, as I drive around, I can see that there are several single-family homes that were built and developed as a result of this organization. If you go to Mariana, if you go to Forest City, if you go to Wynn, if you go to El Dorado, if you go to some of these communities, you can see where these organizations have paved the way to making sure that these rural communities have access to resources that will continue to help these rural communities cultivate pathways to prosperity. Sustainable agriculture and stewardship, land stewardship. My family had to make a tough decision. We had to decide that owning a small piece of land was worth losing or worth more than losing it all. So a lot of those tough decisions were made where we had to lose land in order to keep something. And we still have that land in the family, but if you look back at some of the advocacy work that was done early on in the days of Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, that's really how we started. We were an advocacy agency to help small rural community farmers, family farmers, maintain or keep the land that they had in their families. So the name Hickford might come up and be familiar to a lot of you guys. That was that big lawsuit where a lot of our family farms who had been discriminated against or had not been given access to certain programs and certain financial incentives, we were in a really tough situation. But through the work of Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation, that advocacy and those billions of dollars that were, provided for those families to keep access to the land. And in some cases, some of those families actually got land back that they had lost during that time. So we have always been cultivating pathways to prosperity. Access to land, credit, and financial resources. Now this one, Dr. King, we had a big and bright idea at one time. We got involved in a program where we were kind of the middleman in lending money to people to start businesses and buy land and things like that. And we were successful. In retrospect, because of what ended up happening at the end of that program, we probably would never do that again, be a middleman. But for those who took advantage of that program, they got access to finances and were able to purchase land and start small businesses. So we were, again, instrumental in helping those guys cultivate a path to prosperity by accessing land, credit, and other financial resources. Public policy. Now, this is probably one of Dr. King's favorite. Every time I talk to Dr. King, he's either talking about a meeting that he went to or a meeting that he's getting ready to go to or a meeting that he heard about that he probably needs to be at, because they're setting policy and these policies are going to affect our communities for years to come. One that comes to mind that a lot of people don't realize, and you'll see it in almost everything that comes out of these organizations where we talk about air property. Most people don't realize that the laws on the books in the state of Arkansas and that model that's been followed by a lot of other places around the country started right here at Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation. Those policies and those procedures were drafted and advocated for, and we actually took those policies and procedures to the state legislature, got those laws passed, and now it is harder for some of our families who have air property, or it's harder for some of those who are trying to take the air property from our families because of some of that policy that we have actually been involved in over the years. Now, this next one is near and dear to my heart. And Mr. Haney mentioned it this morning. He talked about, being a very young kid on the farm. And one of those areas, youth engagement and leadership in agriculture. So for the rest of this talk, I'd like to just kind of walk through my experiences being a part of Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation to give you a pretty clear picture of how Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, Arkansas Land and Community Corporation has been instrumental in the youth and how we have transitioned some of those youth into very, very productive citizens. Now, I didn't make it to the youth conference yesterday, but we still support our youth in the way that we are trying to teach our youth how they can actually be productive citizens. Now, I've got 3 kids, and I understand what it takes to deal with teenagers and young kids these days. I've got 2 kids in college, and I've got a 10-year-old. They're all unique. They're all different. And if you don't know by now, you better figure it out. You're going to have to learn how to deal with them on their level, or you're going to be in trouble. So my oldest son, he's a football player. He's fortunate to be able to play college football. My middle son plays college football. But what I try to get them to understand is that college football is just a means for you to get to the end. It's a way for you to get your education paid for. So you got some work to do. And you paying your dues by being out there every day and playing the games on Saturday, but you've got to take advantage of those opportunities. So about that time, back in the late 80s, early 90s, when Dr. King and this organization was fighting for our family farmers, they also had a vision that it took the youth to carry on for the next generation. So in 1990, they had a program called Youth Enterprise in Agriculture, right? Today, I think it's called, what they call it, EK. They've added some extra, wording to it. But I was very fortunate to be a part of that original 10 young people that came up here to Fargo. I don't even think I'd ever been to Fargo at that time, but as a sophomore in high school, we came up to Fargo. Dr. King and Mr. Peer and several others, they interviewed us. And at the end of the day, they came back in the room and said, all right, well, you guys, you've made it into the program, and we're going to have a lot of stuff for you guys to do, but it's going to be exciting. So at that time, I didn't really, pay a whole lot of attention to it. My, VOAG teacher kind of put me up to it and sent me Mr. Thrower, said, hey, I want you to go up here and learn about this program. But as we got into it, the impact that had on my life, even today, is why I continue to come back and serve this organization with the passion that I do. So just to think, having a PhD now started in that Youth Enterprise and Agriculture program some 35 years ago. At the time, I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. The first summer, I had the pleasure of working on Mr. Harvey Williams' farm, and Mr. Harvey Williams Jr. is here with us today. And just a few years ago, we actually had a chance to finally meet. Back in 1991, the summer of 1991, for 9 weeks, I picked okra, I picked peas, we dug sweet potatoes. After we got through picking okra and picking peas, we had to go to Mariana to the co-op shed and take in everybody else's okra and peas and wait for the truck to come by at the end of the day so we could ship it out to the market. Now, I live right in the middle of town. But when I was here 2 years ago, Mr. Tillman mentioned something about urban farms. He talked about an urban farm program. And I got a little excited. So I said, okay, let me go back to Texas and let me see what I can do. So I called NRCS, and in about 15 minutes, I had my backyard designated as an urban farm. And today, I still do some of the same things that I learned on Mr. Williams' farm, with the exception of okra. I don't plant okra anymore, because if you've ever planted and picked okra, you know that it takes more than just a thought or an idea of something interesting that you're going to do. It's a commitment. So me and one other gentleman who was a part of the Youth Enterprise and Agriculture Program at the time, Mr. Williams had 8 rows of okra 400 feet long. And we picked that okra every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning. So you could probably understand why, as I plant in my little urban farm, that I've decided that okra is not part of the crop mix anymore. When you pick that much okra, you decide, hey, that's not something that I want to do. But that was part of cultivating my pathway to prosperity, was not only working on that farm, but Mr. Williams didn't just put us out there to work. He actually taught us the process of what it takes to actually run that farm. And he was very unique at that time because vegetable farming wasn't very popular. There wasn't very many doing that. But through the work at Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, the dedication that Mr. Williams had, and Mr. Ben Anthony had, and Miss Bryant and her family, and all of these that came before us, they actually started doing something that was very, very prosperous for our rural communities. So that kind of got us started. And the next summer, it was a little bit different. We were excited because we didn't have to go to the field that summer. We were actually placed in USDA offices that next summer. So I came up to Marietta and I worked in the Agriculture Stabilization and Conservation Service, now FSA. And you probably saw Miss Smith out there this morning. I worked in her office in Marietta. And they taught us the process of what it takes when a farmer plants a crop. He's got to get his crop certified, all the programs that are available, and everything that goes into the reporting and all of those things. So those were educational experiences that, again, cultivated my pathway to prosperity. Now, during that same summer, I graduated from high school, and typically by that point, you should know what you're getting ready to do. College starts in August. I had no clue of what I was going to do. Going to work every day, just going through the motions. Well, another benefit to being a part of that Youth Enterprise and Agriculture Program, they had a field day at Mr. Ben Anthony's vegetable farm. And there were several professors from the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff that attended that field day that day. And one of those professors, Dr. Muhammad, he walked up to me and he said, "Son, well, what are you going to do?" And I said, "Well, Dr. Muhammad, I don't really know." He said, "Well, have you applied for college?" I said, "No." He said, "Do you plan to go to college?" I said, "It sounds like a good idea, but, I probably got some things to do in order to make that happen." So what he did is he went back to his car. He got an application to the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. He gave it to me. He said, "Hey, if you fill this out, I'll take it back and we'll get you in college." 4 days later, I had a call from the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff saying, "Hey, Dr. Muhammad dropped your application off. You've been accepted. We look forward to seeing you in August of this year." So again, being a part of this organization, again, another way that it helped cultivate that pathway to prosperity. So being in Pine Bluff, I learned a lot. I probably learned some things I wasn't supposed to learn, but again, that's part of the college experience. But what I did experience during those 4 years was access to things that I never imagined that I could do. Okay. So Dr. King is again a part of that Youth Enterprise and Agriculture Program. I was working in Princeton, New Jersey. I was doing an internship with American Cyanomed because of one of the names that Mr. Haney mentioned this morning, Mr. Dwayne Goldman. He came to Pine Bluff and he was looking for people to do a summer internship. And he said, "Well, what do you think about going to New Jersey?" I said, "Well, if you're going to send me, I guess I'll go." So Mr. Goldman got me the opportunity to go to New Jersey and work for a company that at the time I had no clue who they were, what they did, or anything. But those experiences, a little more from Helena, Arkansas. Now I'm in Princeton, New Jersey, working for one of the largest agriculture companies at that time in the world. That was a part of cultivating my pathway to prosperity. And from there, the next year, Dr. Goldman, he called me and he said, "Hey, well, what are you going to do this summer?" I said, "Dr. Goldman, I don't really know." He said, "What do you mean?" He said, well, I said, I got a call from Cyanamid. They want me to come back. I said, but I also got a call from Monsanto. They want me to come and work in St. Louis for Monsanto. I said, what should I do? He said, go to Monsanto. I said, okay, that was a pretty quick answer. Why did you say it so fast? He said, well, you might as well go and work for them because I did. So he transitioned to go to work for Monsanto for the next 2 years. I got a chance to work in St. Louis at Monsanto's world headquarters, and then worked for a summer in Pine Bluff with Dr. Goldman. But the story wasn't over. Now it's time to graduate from college. So what are you going to do? Again, I really didn't have a clue, but I knew that there was more to the story. So Dr. Goldman called me and said, hey, I got an opportunity for you. So I graduated from college. I worked for him that summer. He said, I'm going to send you back to St. Louis. But while you're in St. Louis, I want you to apply for graduate school. So I went to St. Louis. I worked, applied for graduate school. I got in, and he said, all right, now the rest is on you. So the master's degree came, the PhD came, and then the unusual opportunity came for me to actually come back to Arkansas. So I was able to come back to Arkansas and open a research station. And when I let Dr. King know, he immediately said, well, you might as well come back and be on the board. So he didn't give me a break at all. So at the 25th anniversary in Little Rock, 20 years ago, Doc, I came back and I started again to be a part of this organization because I didn't forget how these organizations and the people in these organizations help cultivate my pathway to prosperity. So it's my duty to come back and to continue to serve so I can do that for others. So Dr. King has a saying when he's talking and we're in a group, he always says I'm his boss because I'm the chairman of the board. But that's just one of those titles that you have. So I'm not big in the titles. I would prefer not to have too many titles because that brings a lot of work. But what I like about being a part of this organization is that Dr. King and everyone around this organization, all the staff, all the board members before me, all the board members that are currently serving, and for some of you who are going to be at our membership meeting today, there are some opportunities for some new board member positions that we would be very happy to entertain for some of our new members. But it's the commitment that you make to the organization because of the commitment they made to you. So, Doc, it gives me great pleasure to continue to be active in this organization and continue to serve in whatever capacity the organization sees fit. So, I was thinking the other day of how my experiences could help someone else. And I kept coming back to those who have served and helped be a part of my experience, and how you always hear the term, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. We're standing on the shoulders of giants. And it came to me that, okay, at some point, when are we going to be the shoulders for others to stand on? And it was a pretty good feeling for a second, but then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, that comes with a little bit of responsibility. Now we're going to have to transition from depending on those that have come before us and actually being those people in the current day for those generations that are going to come after us. So as we continue to work through the government shutdown and all of the funding challenges that may come, just understand that this organization hasn't been around for 45 years because we didn't know how to navigate those challenges. Again, we started out as an advocacy organization depending on membership to help people keep their farms. And once those people, were able to keep those farms, a lot of times they would donate back to the organization to help sustain the organization. Well, after you do that for so long, now you've got to make changes. So then we got into providing affordable housing. to our communities. And from affordable housing, now we're still doing a lot of grant programs that are helping to maintain our rural and small communities. So for those of you who, kind of stand around the periphery of what's happening in some of these organizations, I want to challenge you to get involved. Because if you get involved, you have talents, you have resources, and you have ideas that we need to keep these organizations going. There are not a lot of organizations like this that have been around for 45 years. I've seen a lot of them over the years. A lot of them have tried to mimic what we do here at Arkansas Land and Farm Development, and for a while it works. But we have been a staple in our communities to continue to do the work that helps our communities, our constituents cultivate those pathways to prosperity. So on last Saturday, Dr. King and I were fortunate to be able to sit together, but at a very unfortunate event. So for those of you who are familiar with this organization, you probably remember the name James Davis, or Mr. JD. We lost Mr. JD here recently. So Dr. King and I were at a service last Saturday. And if there's any person that I think of when I think of a lifetime of commitment, is Mr. Davis. If there's any person that I would aspire, to have the accolades of, it would be Mr. Davis. But the good thing about Mr. Davis is he never really got out there and wanted everybody to know. He was pretty quiet about, the things that he had accomplished over his lifetime. I didn't realize it until I read through his obituary that as a part of him being, in California aerospace engineering, he helped develop and worked on the Hubble telescope. He helped develop and work on the space station, things like that. So it was very, very difficult to hear about Mr. Davis. But again, that gave me, the inspiration to say, okay, maybe it's time for us to transition again from standing on the shoulders of those giants to being the shoulders for other people to stand on for our future generations. So we've got some awards that we're going to give here in a little while. And Dr. King, I'm pretty sure we're going to talk about that, award that we're going to name after Mr. Davis. But before I sit down, again, I want to say, first of all, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the membership. Thank you all for the participation. Thank you all for all of the programs that you have been involved in here at Arkansas Land and Farm Development, Arkansas Land and Community Development that help us achieve our mission of cultivating those pathways to prosperity. If you've been a farmer who needed access to some of the programs, or if you have been a homeowner that needed some repairs done to your homes over the years, if you've been a mentor farmer like Ms. Bryant and Mr. Williams who have helped cultivate those pathways to those youth people, we say thank you. If you have been an advocate for our rural communities, we say thank you. I like to see examples. So I look around the room and, we came up with this program where we're going to help small businesses. So we were incubating small businesses, and we had a business incubator in Forest City. There were small businesses that came in and could actually use those facilities. But I look at the front table here and I see Ms. Bone. And I can remember when Ms. Bone and her husband had Lighthouse Produce at the site in Fargo, and now they have moved on and done greater things to have their own farm. So again, those are some of the things that we really take pride in, and we appreciate all the participation. Now, the crowd may not be as large today. We know that we're missing a lot of our federal officials. Thank you for being here representing Senator Boswell's office, but it doesn't take a lot of people. We can have this room full, but if we don't have the right people in the room, it's not going to do us any good. So with that, I thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Let's give Dr. Cornelius another hand. We're going to get ready for our award ceremony. Can we have Miss Yvette, Dr. Calvin King to come up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's your name. Miss Browning pointed at you, so I'm just like, I'm just following directions. Well, both of them can come up. Let's give them a hand. And then after the awards are given out, Dr. King will have the closing remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So we have our first honoree, Mr. Harrison Locke. If you want to make your way up, I'll tell the audience a little about you. So Mr. Harrison Locke, life has been shaped by agriculture, education, and social change. He is a founding member of the Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, a retired farmer and educator. And he has firsthand experience with agricultural plantation labor. He observed manual workers, though none were employed on his own property. He witnessed a pivotal moment in farm history, the introduction of agricultural machinery, the cotton gin. Cotton picker, excuse me. All right, so this event signaled a major shift from manual labor to mechanical farm techniques. So throughout his tenure, he consistently emphasized with youth the importance of education and development of practical skills. So drawing from his experience, Mr. Locke offered valuable perspectives on gradually changing social conditions, including segregation, shifts in crop cultivation, and migration of people from the rural areas to the urban cities. So the award that's going to be presented to Mr. Locke today is the James Davis Lifetime Achievement Award. And this is a new award category in honor of the late Mr. Davis.
Thank you. So,
Okay, so our next honoree is Mr. Berthel Thomas. If you'd like to make your way to the front. Okay, so Mr. Berthel Thomas worked for 40 years with the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, holding various leadership roles focused on resource conservation and farm bill program management. Mr. Thomas currently serves on multiple local boards, including Arkansas Land and Farm Development and the Jefferson County Conservation District. Congratulations. And this award is for its dedication, contribution, and support of the Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation and the Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation. All right, did Mr. Haney leave? Okay. Okay, so we believe Mr. Haney has left, the building, but I would like to read his, award. So his award was for his dedication, contribution, and support of the Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation and the Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation. Our next honoree is Mr. Sammy Ross, and is there someone receiving on his behalf? You would make your way up. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Ross set up a farm in 1970 in Aubrey, Arkansas. Over the years, family members, including his children, grandchildren, and other relatives, have worked on the farm. They had 3 children, and along with 6 grandchildren and 9 great-grandchildren. At its peak, the farm operated on more than 700 acres, with 245 acres owned and 235 acres cultivated. So Mr. Ross is receiving an award for his dedication, contribution, and support of the Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation and the Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation. Okay, so our next honorees are Miss Mary and Mr. Ricky Bone. Okay, so Dr. Cornelius spoke some on their accomplishments. But they are the owners of Lighthouse Produce Farm, an Arkansas farmer following her family legacy from Phillips County, bought land in 2021. Her and her husband, Ricky Bone, served in the military, National Guard, and retired from the fire department, serving over 31 years. And I have a personal connection with the Bones. I just recently found out through Arkansas Land and Farm Community Development that they have known my parents for a long time. Mr. Bone grew up with them, knew them since they were teenagers. So I just found a course, I've known them for some time, but I just found that back out recently. So I'm honored to present this award to you. So this award is for their dedication, contribution, and support of the Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation and Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation. I remember when they had the farm on a property in Fargo, I would stop by and visit Miss Bowen and talk to her. Sometimes she'd have samples out, so that made it even better. All right. So our next honoree is Elizabeth Bell Simpson. And she is with WSBZ Farms. So she is the owner and director of WSBZ Farm, which stands for Wellness, Sustainability, Bountiful Zone. So that's what that stands for. She's a veteran with the United States Air Force. She brings over over a decade of experience as an innovative, community-driven farm operator. As a third-generation farmer, Elizabeth is committed to promoting sustainable agriculture, agritourism, and rural business development. This award is being presented for her dedication, contribution, and support of the Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation and the Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation. Okay, so if you all would like to join me in congratulating all of our honorees today. We thank them for their impact and leadership.
Before Dr. King does the closing remarks, I do want to remind you all that you all should have a survey of the conference for today. Could you please fill those out and leave them for us so that we will know how we're doing? If there's any suggestions or any comments that need to be made for us to do better, we gladly invite them. Dr. King. Oh, and somebody has lost a gem out of your ring or some type of jewelry, diamond. A diamond. If it is yours, we definitely want to return it to you.
Let me do this one thing. One, let's give all of our awardees another hand of applause, please. I want to let me say first of all is that on behalf of the board of directors, the staff, I want to express our appreciation for all of you who come to be a part of this 45th celebration, our annual conference here. 4.5 decades, the organization has been in existence, and 4.5 decades of individuals like those recipients who received the awards, who have been supporters and participators in the organization and representing exactly what we stand for as an organization, and being mentors, supporters, and examples of what prosperity represents itself, and also understand the pathway that is required in order to achieve that. I want to express my appreciation to Senator Bozeman's office. He has a representative here. Would I have a word? You good? Okay. As you all know, Senator Bozeman, we did receive notice that he was not going to be able to attend. Of course, you know, they're really busy in DC and trying to come to some common ground as relates to both budget as well as, you know, the government being reopened, and we all want to see that occur. I want to make one other comment. I'm going to come back around. I want to talk about an issue that has continued to come up very shortly in our closing. One, I know it's always in the news and what is occurring as it relates to people who are the impact itself, what has been taking place from an economy perspective and all of the contributing factors to that, be it unemployed and what's occurred with the farm, with the employees and manufacturers and things of that nature. But please keep in mind the farmers themselves. Everyone should have on their mind what's occurring with the farmers and what has been occurring, not just this year, but what has been occurring for the past 3 years or more, as far as the economic impact as a result of increased costs on inputs and declining market opportunities for those individual producers and those operators. When you say that people work without pay, they've been working without pay for a period of time. I think that's very devastating. And there should be some common grounds, and hopefully we get to that point. And they're compensated for the time off the job. But also, we should concern ourselves and look at it from the agricultural farm perspective as well. That if you are in the business of farming, and you're not only is it a business enterprise, but you're also serving as what I call as a necessary entrepreneur, because everyone, we have to have food and we have to be supplied with food to the consumers, as well as a whole national, international trade process is what takes place. But what about those individual producers when they're operating, they're investing in, and they're getting nothing out? So if you're investing in, and out of what you're investing in, the returns are minimum, are negative. And then you see that equity that has been established over years, maybe in the first, second, or third, or fourth generation, in certain assets to decline or to disappear. Then virtually what that means is that those individuals over the years, 3 years, 4 years, 5, whichever, they've been working for nothing too. Virtually, and they've lost equity in the process. They've lost equity and lost security in the process. So I just want you to think about that. Don't go through the full process now. Just think about what I just said and go home, and particularly when you sit down at the dinner table. I want to, all our board members that are present, all our members that are present, and we will be having a membership meeting immediately following this particular one. There are a lot of myths. People can put a rumor out. And I think in my workshop, I said, before we print or put anything in our newsletter, I like to make sure we do our homework and to make sure that our facts are true, that we have the facts to what we're putting in the newsletter. Whatever we are writing about or we're publishing about. You may have seen one of their own, the Big Beautiful Bill. If you got the last issue, it went out electronically. People say, oh no, well, you're wrong. There's a lot of stuff in the Big Beautiful Bill. There's a lot of things in the Big Beautiful Bill, but you won't know it if you couldn't miss it if you don't read it, if you don't understand it. There are some experts out there. So, and we're going to be putting some more out there as well, as relates to that legislation that passed and how people fit within the context of the Big Beautiful Bill. Now, no, when I say the Big Beautiful Bill, everybody don't want to look at it and say, okay. Don't, if you haven't read it and know exactly what's there and how it works, then you already shut yourself out. You literally shut yourself out because you don't really understand. The other is the myth. And what people say, and I see information, and they say, yeah, there's something else that's out there right now, and there's going to be additional financial assistance for Black farmers. Just like Pickford was, Pickford 1, Pickford 2, and the financial assistance that was given, and those who succeeded in the application process, and those who prevailed in Pickford. I don't know of such opportunity that exists there. Now, there are individuals who are saying that it is, and I've been told that some individuals say that they have paid money in the process to deal with an application process. I don't know of such. And those of you who know us, you know that just like I talked about the Big Beautiful Bill, if it's out there, we're going to publish something about it based on the facts. whatever legislation it is, whatever the regulations are, what we publish and we put out is going to be based on the facts and the benefits that may exist within that particular legislation or specific regulation change. That's all we put in. What's there, what's been created, and here's how it works. I don't know anything about that. I haven't seen anything about it. And I would just encourage individuals. And it's not just in that area. I mean, I get so many calls, call them spam calls, but where people want certain information and you know what can be the end results behind that if you give them the wrong information, social security numbers, things of that nature, you put yourself at high risk for being hacked to anything else. And that's everything we deal with Medicare, Medicaid, with insurance programs, which one works best and one thing after another. So again, I don't know of anything that have any factual credibility to that effect. And where it entails any type of either class action or any type of opportunity based on legislation or regulation or programs that are offered at this point in dealing with Black farmers. So be careful on how you put yourself out there and how you receive information that is not true. And in some ways, how that information and how they access your information can be detrimental for you as well, and cost you all at the same time, particularly if people are paying money, to deal with this whole process. So, if there are any questions in regards to that, please ask them now. I've had calls on it, comments on it, and what people have been saying, and I just want to make sure that people know it's on. And sometimes our name gets mixed up in too. And so when I heard you all, well, you heard it wrong. It's definitely not us. It is not us, and we're not associated with it, and we're not promoting it. But we do encourage you. I mean, it's all up north and everywhere else, but we do encourage you, get information that is correct and that is factual, when you start to respond to or ask people questions to present something, to you, specific points that will show evidence that what they're saying is true. Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, appreciate you, all the staff. I know some of them are probably outside of Arkansas land and Arkansas community. If you're here, if you would stand, I know Michael Tuck is right here. He's our IT person. And of course, you saw Ms. Crockett. She was board Ms. Miller, who was here. And as Ms. Miller, she's standing at the back, Barbara Irby. And Miss Jane Williams been keeping me in check all day today. She's had to keep me in check, particularly on my time. She's going to raise her hand in a minute. And speaking of time, your time is up now. So, again, we appreciate all of you, all of our board members. I think she had the board members to stand, but we will stand again, please, all of our board members with the organization, and board members. And some of the voters staff, you just stand so people at least know that they know you're here, because they may want to pull it to the side, before you leave today. And again, our appreciation for Senator Bowman having a representative. And if you would tell the senator, I really do still want to have that meeting with him, along with some of our farmers. I'll be calling. I will definitely be calling them. Okay. So thank you very much. If there are no other comments, no other questions, and fill out the surveys, then we will now close this 45th annual conference and membership meeting for Arkansas Land and Farm Development Corporation, hosted by Arkansas Land and Community Development Corporation. Thank you very much.